Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Jaya Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram. Jaya Krishna Balaram, 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 Jaya Krishna Balaram. Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram, Jaya Krishna Balaram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Jai Sri Krishna Balaram ki jai.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Sri Krishna Janmasthami Mahatma ki. Shri Kodnitai Mahaprasad ki. Shri Prabhupada ki. ISKCON ki. Sri Krishna Bhagavan ki. Thank you. Okay, this is a bit of an improvement from last year's Janmashtami, which was just online, which was a good effort, all things considered. And although we're not back to normal, we're trying to copy what normal might be to some degree. So today, this auspicious day of the appearance of Sri Krishna was brought to us by the mercy of His Divine Grace, Sri ACBSP Sri Prabhupada. So without Sri Prabhupada's mercy, none of us would know. Maybe some of you would, because some of you have got Indian origin, or perhaps even born in India, and that was a culture you knew from birth. But I think for the majority of us here, then we didn't know about Krishna. So I'd just like to just mention a few things. There's not so many guests. There's a few guests who are going to be seated on this side today. We already had a temple update this morning, so everybody on this side of the road of the hall knows the different categories. And unfortunately, it's only Krishna and Manju on this side at the moment, so I'm not going to say too much, so you don't feel like the attention's on you. But try to create an opportunity for those who basically haven't went through the kind of quarantine procedure to be able to come and join us for Janmashtami. So we'll speak a little bit more about that later. But if you haven't been notified already, then Sahil at the door here, hand up Sahil. Everyone met Sahil on the way in. He's our prized meet and greet devotee. So he can give you information. I think also you got a handout showing you where the toilets are. So for this side of the hall, the toilets would be for the ladies. They go around the back of the creche and through the playground and use that area, and for the men it would be Vishnu Lounge. If anyone's unsure, then just ask one of the resident devotees. And for everyone on this side, they'll go through the gable end of Garanga Hall and use the toilets through there. I'll wait till there's more devotees on this side before I say more about that. So what we'll speak more about is Krishna, because that's what we came for. And about the program, okay, so let's speak a little bit about the program. So that was a kirtan by, back to Ian there, very nice kirtan. He's mid-advancement, leaps and bounds. And in a few minutes, then Ramananda Prabhu will give a talk on the appearance of Krishna in transcendental literature. So in Janmashtami we tried to make a theme, and this year's theme is Krishna's appearance, believe it or not, but how he appears in our life in different aspects. So that's one aspect, that Krishna appears in the transcendental literature. And then there'll be a kirtan. Shane is going to lead a nice Hare Krishna kirtan. And then the appearance of Krishna and his holy name, the talk Sri Prabhu will give a talk on Krishna appearing in the form of the holy name, Namarup. And there'll be a children's talent show. So that's the children have already listed what they're going to be doing. There'll be some recitations and some bhajans. So that doesn't mean to say that any of the older devotees who feel quite young at heart can join that talent show. I'm afraid age does apply there. And then there'll be kirtan from Guru Bhakti. to inject some enthusiasm if we're getting a bit sleepy. And then there'll be another Janmashtami talk. This one is especially dedicated well, to Krishna, of course, but it's been on the request of the devotees of Krishna Bhavan and His Grace Mahatma, who is giving a talk, so that we have a video and address to the Krishna Bhavan devotees about Janmashtami. So we're very fortunate. Such a qualified devotee and spiritual master will be speaking. It wasn't a general release, it was particularly for this. It was very kind of him to do that. And he's been very instrumental in helping us to develop the community here. And then Sita, who's back in town, will be leading Kirtan for a while from 10 o'clock. I think everyone may have the program there. At 10:30 there'll be a talk with Javit, and it's Krishna and cows, and there'll be a little slideshow there with the pre-launch of Goraksha, cow protection at Krishna Bhavan. The idea's been around for some time at Krishna Bhavan, and for the last few months then a group of us have been formulating how we can actually take steps toward making that happen, so more about that later. And of course the cows are very dear to Krishna. Go Brahmana Hitayacha, when he says go Brahmana, so the go comes first because the cows are more dear than the Brahmins. How important are the cows to Krishna? And then at 11 o'clock, Padmanabh Prabhu will lead Kirtan, and then at 11:45, then we'll relocate to the temple, and everyone can go into the temple for midnight Arati at midnight, and then half an hour later, that'll be the end of the program. So throughout the program, if anybody wants to take darshan, then please just go. There'll be devotees who will be monitoring the darshan there. The darshan police will be on duty. But we ask the devotees, please don't hang around, lounging around in these areas, because we have to take into consideration that there's a couple of different groups of devotees here. So we don't want to be risking anybody, so we're taking precautions. So I know it's a bit unusual, but please, if anyone directs you to not be here or to be there, then please just don't put up an argument, and everything will be good. And then this is the way we can go forward. And then there'll be a feast at that time. So those who are on this side of the hall, and because they're part of the inner bubble, then they will take the prasadam in the usual place. And all the other devotees, they can come back in here, and we'll give them takeaway prasadam full feast to take with them. So I know it's not ideal, but I think it's the safest and best thing we can come up with. So just a little bit. So I was reading, there's a nice book called Festivals with Srila Prabhupada. Has anybody read that or seen it? So it's transcriptions of Prabhupada's lectures dating back from mid to late 60s, right through to 77. So there's a few verses here which Prabhupada was quoting, which are very significant for Krishna's appearance. So I just wanted to quote these and say a few words. So this is from Bhagavad Gita 4:6. Jopi sam adayatma bhutanami shvaropi san prakritam swamadishtaya sambhavam yatmamayaya. I was looking for Sri Ram. Do you know that English, Sri Ram?
Yes.
What's English? Jopi san adayatma. Do you know the English for that one? Yeah, he has to start from verse 1 because he knows it all chronologically. Actually, it was some of our younger devotees here, they're so amazing at reciting slokas that we had to give them a limitation, otherwise we could be here listening to the whole Bhagavad Gita. So they would memorize, each year they memorize another chapter. So perhaps sometime we can do like a Bhagavad Gita Supta or something. Bhagavad Gita, isn't it? So this is, although I'm unborn and my transcendental body never deteriorates, and although I am the Lord of all living entities, I still appear in every millennium in my original transcendental form. Sri Krishna here is explaining that his form is not a mundane form, it's his original form. And as Prabhupada mentioned in the introduction to Bhagavad Gita, that anyone who thinks that there's a difference between Krishna and his body is the greatest fool in trying to understand Bhagavad Gita. So Krishna, fools deride me when I descend in my human form. They do not know my supreme dominion over all beings. So thankfully, a devotee always considers themselves a fool, but we're not such a fool that we deride Krishna's form. So we're so fortunate that we actually can accept the personal concept of the Supreme Being, and that we know that that is Krishna. He is Swayam Bhagavan. Of all the Bhagavans, he is Swayam Bhagavan, the original Bhagavan. So they're just chronologically, the next 3 verses also from Bhagavad Gita are particularly important on this day. Yada yada Janmashtami. Anybody who knows these verses, you can join in. Glani Bhavati Bharata Abhutanam Adharmasya Tadatmanam Sajamya. Whenever and wherever there is a decline in religious practice or descendant of Bharat and the predominant rise of a religion, at that time I descend myself. So we could say, well, Kali Yuga, certainly a predominant rise in irreligion. So where's Krishna at this point? So I hope she'll speak about that later, because in the form of the holy name, Krishna has descended. He appears in that. And of course, Lord Chaitanya was predicted that he would come, Krishna himself would come in the garb of a devotee and chant his own holy names and show us how to be a devotee. So Krishna appears in the form of the holy name in Kali Yuga. And this other one, Paritranaya Sadhunam Vinashaya Shidushkritam Dharma Samstapanaptaya Sambhavami Yuge Yuge. To deliver the pious and to annihilate the miscreants, as well as to re-establish the principles of religion, I myself appear millennium after millennium. So these 3 aspects of the Lord's appearance is to deliver the devotees typically when there's a rise of a religion and devotees are threatened, so the Lord comes and protects his devotees, and he deals with any troublesome elements and re-establishes the principles of Dharma so that the balance can be brought back into the world again. And he releases, just this morning we were speaking from one verse in the first canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. The Lord descends to relieve the burden in the world. So this is in line with that verse. So when the Lord comes then, and he descends for these purposes, then we might ask, so how are the devotees going to be delivered? So Janma Karma Chamajavyam Evam Yo Vatitatmataha Tatvideham Punarjanma Naiti Mamati Sojuna. One who knows the transcendental nature of my appearance and activities does not, upon leaving this body, take birth again in some pure world, but attains my eternal abode of Arjuna. So this is the great benediction that Krishna is giving, that if we can understand that Krishna's janma and his karma are not mundane, that they're divyam. His birth and his activities are transcendental. And he gives a method also how we can understand that. Because many people know about Krishna, even when Krishna was personally present, people could see him face to face, but they weren't necessarily devotees of Krishna. As devotees we would think, how would you see Krishna and not recognize him? That's because we already recognize Krishna as the Supreme Lord. But the non-devotees don't. So, for many of us coming from a non-devotee upbringing, then this is the method of how we get to know Krishna. Vitaraga Bhaya Krodha Manmaya Mam Upashruta Bhavo Jnana Tapasa Puta Madbhavam Agata. Being freed from attachment, fear and anger being fully absorbed in me, taking refuge in me, many persons in the past became purified by knowledge of me, and thus they all obtained transcendental love for me. So this is the method. By being fully absorbed in Krishna, then we become free from attachment, fear and anger. Anybody here free from attachment, fear and anger? Anybody like to be free from attachment, fear and anger? So absorb ourselves in Krishna, that is the method. Because Krishna is pavitra, he's pure, just like we have a fire here, if you put an iron rod in there, after some time it will become hot, it will become like fire, and if you touch something or someone with it, then it will burn, it will absorb the nature of the fire. So similarly, when we associate with Krishna, then we also become divyam, our divine nature is rekindled, it's revived, and it's already there, it's dormant, it just becomes uncovered. And Krishna is saying, this is his sales pitch actually, so just like if you're trying to sell something, you say, oh yeah, this guy bought it, and this family here, they bought it, and yeah, and they all liked it, so these guys are the proof of the pudding, they like the product. So Krishna is saying, many persons in the past became purified by knowledge of me. And these persons were great sages, and some of these great sages, maybe you've heard the saying, every sinner has a future and every saint has a past. So we see in the Mahabharata, Ramayana, Bhagavatam, there's many examples of persons who were not necessarily born as pure devotees, but by the mercy of another pure devotee, by engaging in Krishna consciousness, then they also became a pure devotee. And we're not anything different, we're also Jivatma, the same as them. So it's not like there's anybody born who's so fallen that Krishna can't deliver them. So there's no excuse. Krishna's going to deliver everybody. So there's a nice verse which, from the beginning of Brahma Samhita. Ishvara Parama Krishna Satchidananda Vigraha Anadir Adir Govinda Sarva Karana Karanam. Krishna is known as Govinda, is the Supreme Controller, Ishvara Parama Krishna. So there are many different controllers. We all have a little control. We all have a little control. But we don't have supreme control, we don't have complete control. And some people, they want to have complete control, like perhaps you get some power crazy person who's always trying to advance himself and be top dog. They might become top dog, but they never become top god. And sometimes people might even become the richest person on the planet, or maybe in charge of a whole country, and they may have everybody bowing down to them. But they're not bowing down out of love, just like in some places in the planet just now, there's some people who are bowing down out of fear. That's not what Krishna's about. Krishna's about love. So he's asking us, you have the only thing you really have control over is your free will. And if you use that free will to decide to come to me, then you have no regrets. So he's the supreme controller. There's no control beyond Krishna. But Krishna is controlled by anybody. If Krishna is supreme controller, that would mean no one controls him. But there is a way where Krishna can be controlled. Anybody? What? By devotion service, exactly. Sri Ram? Love and devotion. Exactly. So when the living entity decides that they want to serve Krishna and turn back to Krishna, use the free will for that, then Krishna is very pleased. We take a step towards Krishna, he takes 10 towards us, he makes so many arrangements. And Prabhupada just compares this to just like the child has maybe given some pocket money. Any children here get pocket money? No? They start a revolution. So sometimes children get some pocket money, sometimes they're so pious they don't even need pocket money, they're already satisfied. And then when the child, out of his own free will, says, oh, I'm going to buy mum or dad a present with that, then the mum and the dad is very happy. They know, well, he or she could have just used that for themselves, but out of their own free will, then they have offered something. So Krishna, the same thing, Krishna already owns everything. The pocket money came from mum and dad, but they're offering it back. And it's not that the parents need anything from the child, but it's the love. So Krishna says, Patram Pushpam Palam Thoyam Yomi Bhakti Priyachti Tadaham Bhakti Palam Ajni Praitana. If one offers me with love and devotion at least fruit, flower or water, I will accept it. So Krishna makes the approach to him very easy, that everything we can do it as an offering to him, and it frees us from karma. And not only that, there's no karmic reaction, but we become free from previous karmic reactions. And he's very pleased that we take our free will and we offer it back to him. Because Krishna is Bhoktaram Jagatavasam, he's the owner of everything. He doesn't require anything from us, but when we offer it back with some affection, some love, then he's very pleased and he reciprocates. So that's what we want. We want to be able to develop that reciprocal relationship with Krishna, and in this way we take steps towards Krishna, he takes many steps towards us. Satchidananda Vigraha, so Krishna's form is full of bliss, not like our form, our material form. If you take your little finger and you jam it on the door, just like the other week I jammed my hand in the back door of the van, and I think I managed to chant at the time. I must have Krishna or something like that. I should. This is a Krishna. So the hand might give some pleasure, but it can give some pain. Same with any part of the body. So our body's not necessarily composed of bliss. And now there's the eternal. So his form is Satchidananda Vigraha. His Vigraha, his form, is eternal, full of knowledge and full of ignorance. It's full of bliss. Satchidananda. Yeah. Whereas, by comparison, the body which we accept as the self, sometimes when we're in illusion, then that is Asat, Achit, and Nirananda. Nirananda doesn't mean it's close to Ananda, it means like Nirvana, not, or Nirguna, no qualities, no material qualities. But within that material body is the self, the spiritual person, the spiritual being, which is our real self, the consciousness. And that's what Krishna's interested in. He's interested in us connecting with him again, these little spiritual sparks, eternally related. He's interested in us. He doesn't need anything from us, but he's interested in the devotion we offer. Anadir Adir Govinda. So Adi means origin, so Anadir Adir means the origin of all origins. And there's no origin beyond him. Sometimes people say, well, who made God? If God made everything, who made God? It's not a question, but Anadir Adir Govinda. Govinda has no origin. Because we think in terms of today, yesterday, tomorrow, we lose a sense of eternality and we think that something has to have a beginning, but Krishna has no beginning and no end. Sarva Karana Karanam, because of all causes. So that is Krishna, and although we hear these things many times, there's no harm in hearing them again, because Prabhu said, repetition is the mother of learning. So when we're learning something, then if we repeat it so many times, then we start to hear it play back, we start to have some sanskar, it starts to become deep in our psyche. And when our mind starts to remind us of Krishna, then our mind becomes our friend. So the more we put Krishna into our consciousness, the more natural it will be to take shelter in Krishna, to remember Krishna. And this remembrance of Krishna may begin just simply on a mental or intellectual platform, but in due course we become purified so that the remembrance of Krishna is actually remembering. Just like if someone suffers a serious accident, they may lose their memory, they don't recognise their family members, and the family's all like, oh, I remember you used to do this. No, I can't remember. And this is your husband, this is your wife, this is your kids, this is your mum or dad. I don't recognise anyone. And everyone's a bit distressed because they have no memory. But then gradually they may do some things or they hear some noise and they start to regain their memory, and then everybody is very happy because, yeah, the person remembers again. So when finally we become purified and we remember Krishna, Krishna's in our heart, and he's been with us all this time in the pure world. He's the Suridam Sarvabhutanam. He's a well-wishing, eternal well-wishing friend of all living entities. So Kripa Prabhu often says that everybody wants to love and be loved, and that's inherent in everybody. And this is perfectly enacted in this eternal relationship with Krishna. We may find some love for some time in the material world, but ultimately time will take that away. But because Krishna is time, when we develop and remember our relationship with Krishna, then that is eternal. And the easiest way to remember Krishna is by hearing and chanting, and then remember. So I'd just like to thank everyone for coming along this evening, and we hope you enjoy the festivities of hearing and chanting and remembering Krishna. And we'd now like to invite Sri Krishna Prabhu to speak on how we're going to see Krishna through the transcendental literature. This is called Shastra Chakshu, seeing through the eyes of Shastra. ISKCON ki, Prabhupada ki, ACBSP Nitai ki, Sri Krishna Janmasthami Mahamahotsav ki, Nitai Premanande.
I get carried away very easily. Hare Krishna. Okay, so one of the let's begin at the beginning. This is just a little sort of anecdote that in 1978, not a very Krishna conscious anecdote, but hopefully you'll see the point in a moment. In 1978, there was a campaign that was begun in Britain, an advertising campaign, because animal welfare charities were getting more and more concerned, because at Christmas time people were buying dogs for their children as a Christmas present. You know, what better thing for a little kid to wake up to on Christmas morning than a puppy running around the house. So, many parents were buying their kids puppies, and then 2 or 3 days after Christmas, the children realised that this isn't just a present, but it's a huge responsibility. So the same dogs that were being bought for the children were then getting, worst case scenario, they were just getting abandoned, and best case scenario, they were getting just given away to animal welfare charities, and then more often than not, they ended up meeting quite an untimely demise. So these charities, they were trying to think of a way to stop this from happening. So they came up with a slogan, which became a really, really, really popular slogan. And 40 years later, it's still something that we see around Christmas time. Anyone know what it is? Anyone want to shout out what they think it is? A dog is?
A dog is not just for Christmas.
Yeah, a dog is for life, not just for Christmas. So, believe it or not, there is a point to this. On Janmashtami, we're celebrating the appearance of Krishna in the material world. Anyone done any extra rounds today? Hands up. Anyone had time to do extra rounds today? There's been so much to do. A few of us have done extra rounds. Anyone done extra reading, fasting, a bit of austerity, So when these days come along, we're doing a little bit extra for Krishna. And in the Nectar of Devotion, Srila Prabhupada quotes, I think, back to Vinod Thakur, but you can check, to say that Janmashtami, days like Janmashtami and Ekadashi, these days are the mothers of devotion. So the idea is that when we do these extra things for Krishna, or when we make this extra special effort on Janmashtami, like we may kind of think, okay, today's Janmashtami, I'm gonna stay out of Maya for the day. I'll avoid getting too much into Facebook. I won't look at the news. I won't spend any time at all on YouTube today because today's for Krishna. But the reason we do these things is not just so that we can spend one day remembering Krishna, but when something is the mother of devotion, it means it's meant to give birth to something in our life that remains in our life. So Janmashtami is for life, or rather Krishna is for life, not just for Janmashtami. So that was the point, is that when we do these extra austerities and when we make this effort, we're invited. Krishna appears in the material world. We're celebrating the anniversary of the appearance in the material world of Krishna. But we're also, and quite often we make a point of saying this on these special days, that we're not just observing Krishna's appearance in the material world, but we're taking advantage of this day to invite Krishna to appear within our own hearts. So when Krishna appeared in the material world, he was here for 125 years, I think. 125 years, manifested his pastimes in the material world, and then he wound up those manifest pastimes and he disappeared from our physical vision. Unless one is very, very fortunate, even today, very, very fortunate souls can go to Vrindavan, and if they're very, very, very pure in heart, and if their eyes are tinged with the salve of love, then they may still see Krishna dancing and playing throughout the groves of Vrindavan. But not all of us are in that position. I'm certainly not. I've yet to see Krishna dancing in the groves of Karunabhavan. But when Krishna disappeared from the material world, he only one aspect of him disappeared. But he remained in the material world. He appeared within the material world in so many different ways. And although his rupa, his form, because Krishna's name, form, qualities, pastimes, all of these are non-different from Krishna. And although his form may have disappeared from our external vision, still Krishna is there within the material world for us to take advantage of his association. So when Srila Prabhupada came, how many years ago? 1966, someone do the maths, 55 years? 55 years ago, 56 years ago, something. When he came to America, first of all, and then he went around the world 12 or 14 times, he brought with him Krishna. And he actually brought 3 things with him when he traveled from Vrindavan to America. He brought cereal to make prasadam, so he brought prasadam. He brought the holy name, which, the Hare Krishna movement wouldn't be much of a Hare Krishna movement without Hare Krishna, so he brought the holy name. And he brought a case of Srimad Bhagavatams. Anyone remember how many? Was it 400? 200. 200 sets of Srimad Bhagavatams. He brought these with him. And this has since been sort of identified as the 3-pronged assault on the material world. Srila Prabhupada came to declare war against the material energy, to declare war against illusion. And he brought with him 3 weapons. He brought the holy name, he brought prasadam, and he brought the Srimad Bhagavatam. So, sometime after Krishna had disappeared from the material world, there was a very famous meeting, and I'm sure most of you are quite familiar with this meeting. There was a meeting that took place in a holy place called Naimisharanya. So a meeting of great sages and great devotees. They gathered together and they established Sutta Goswami. Srila Sutta Goswami is the head of that group, the head of that discussion. And the sages, they placed in front of Sutta Goswami many questions. And you can read these. If you read the very first chapter of the Srimad Bhagavatam, you can read these questions. But right at the end of chapter 1 of the Srimad Bhagavatam, they summed up, they kind of summarized all of the questions that they had asked up until that point with one simple question. Since Sri Krishna, the absolute truth, the master of all mystic powers, has departed for his own abode, please tell us to whom the religious principles have now come for shelter. So this was really a summary of everything that had gone before and all the questions that they'd asked. Now that Krishna is no longer present before our eyes, where can we find him? How can we find him? How can we attain Krishna? How can we see Krishna? How can we experience Krishna? And then Sutta Goswami, he narrated the Srimad Bhagavatam. And in the 3rd chapter of the 1st canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam, Sutta Goswami says, this Srimad Bhagavatam is the literary incarnation of God, and it is compiled by Srila Vyasadeva, the incarnation of God. It is meant for the ultimate good of all people, and it is all successful, all blissful, and all perfect. This Bhagavat Purana is as brilliant as the sun, and it has arisen just after the departure of Lord Krishna to his own abode, accompanied by religion, knowledge, etc. Persons who have lost their vision due to the dense darkness of ignorance in the age of Kali shall get light from this Purana. So, Krishna appeared in actually a number of forms, and some of those are going to be highlighted tonight. But Krishna appears as his holy name, he appears as prasadam, he appears in the form of his devotional service, he appears in the form of his deity, and he appears in the form of the Srimad Bhagavatam. And all of these forms of Krishna, they are completely Krishna. There's nothing at all lacking from any of these manifestations of Krishna. We can fully take advantage and fully experience the complete association of Krishna if we take advantage of these different ways in which Krishna has appeared in the material world. So when we approach the deity, at least what we're supposed to do when we approach the deity, is first of all we gaze at the Lord's lotus feet, and then we look up to his legs, his waist, his navel, his chest, his neck. It's said that his neck has marks like a conch shell. And then finally, we allow ourselves to gaze at the lotus face of the deities and look upon the face of the deities. So in the same way, if we want to take advantage of Krishna in the form of the Srimad Bhagavatam, then there's a way that we can approach the Srimad Bhagavatam to take full advantage of Krishna's appearing in this form of the Bhagavatam. So it's said that the first 2 cantos of the Srimad Bhagavatam are the lotus feet of Krishna. And then as we progress through the cantos, then we experience the entire form and the entire experience of Krishna. And then in the 10th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam, where we hear Krishna's human-like pastimes in Vrindavan and Mathura and Dwarka, then this is Srila Prabhupada says this is the bright, shining, smiling face of Krishna. During the description of Krishna's pastimes in the Rasa Leela, then you'll hear Krishna playing his flute. So if we haven't heard Krishna playing his flute yet when we read those chapters, then we have to keep going back and reading it again and again and again. And then the more and more we get the association of Krishna, then the more we'll experience Krishna's presence within the pages of the Srimad Bhagavatam. So it's actually said that when we keep the Srimad Bhagavatam in our home, the entire spiritual world and all of the incarnations are all directly present within our home. Who has a Srimad Bhagavatam in their home? Not digital. Who doesn't have a Srimad Bhagavatam in their home? Oh, you don't count. You can get one for your caravan. Okay, so everyone has one. That's good. The next thing on my notes was, so please take a trip to our shop or see one of the devotees about installing a library. But you've all got one, which is great. So when Srila Prabhupada came, this was a big part of his mission, to write his books and to distribute his books. And he didn't just want us to distribute his books. You know, Hare Krishna is very famous for distributing Srila Prabhupada's books. You know, we've distributed millions. Actually, I think the last count, it was something like 500 million of Srila Prabhupada's books had been distributed since Prabhupada's appearance in the material world, or since his mission began in the material world. But there's 7 billion people on planet Earth, so we still have a long way to go. But we've distributed a lot of books. But once, when Srila Prabhupada's book distributors, they met with him in Mayapur, and they were telling Srila Prabhupada, this is how many books we've distributed, and this is who we've met on Sankirtan, and they were telling Prabhupada Sankirtan stories. And Prabhupada was really happy, but at the end he said, so you're reading my books, so you're distributing my books, but are you reading my books? You know, he said, I wrote these books for you, I wrote them for the devotees. So Prabhupada actually, of all the books that he wrote, the ones he emphasized the most were the Srimad Bhagavatam, the Bhagavad Gita, the Chaitanya Charitamrita, and Nectar of Devotion, the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu of Srila Rupa Goswami. So the Bhagavad Gita, this is Krishna's words and instructions. And Krishna's words are non-different from Krishna. This is Krishna's actual words directly manifested in the form of the Bhagavad Gita. These are his instructions. The Srimad Bhagavatam this is Krishna's activities and pastimes. And the Chaitanya Charitamrita is the mind and the heartbeat of Krishna. So, and then the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu is all the instructions by which we can actually access the mind and the heart and the instructions and the activities of the Lord. The Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu tells us this is how to live your life in such a way that you can hear Krishna when he's speaking the Bhagavad Gita, you can see Krishna when he's performing his activities in the Srimad Bhagavatam, and you can feel the heartbeat of Krishna in the Chaitanya Charitamrita. So Prabhupada gave us these books, and Krishna has directly appeared in the form of these books. He directly is these books. When we hold these books in our hand, we're holding Krishna in our hand. So this is not something to be taken lightly. Krishna is for life, not just for Janmashtami. We should be reading these books every day. At least a few minutes every day, and then we have Krishna's association. If someone was to phone you up and say, okay, I can make an arrangement where for 10 minutes every single day, Krishna himself is going to come to your house and he will spend 10 minutes with you. Can you spare the time for him? If your spiritual master phones you up and he says, I've communicated with Krishna and he's willing to give you 10 minutes every day, personal darshan, if you're willing to give him that time. Do you think you can find time in your schedule, 10 minutes for Krishna, if he actually comes around to your house? Who would say no? All of us, would clean the house, and, no matter what we had to do, no matter what work we had to do, what service we had to do, no matter what we had to do, we would definitely make time if we knew that Krishna was coming to our house. But every one of you put up your hands. Krishna's already in your house in the form of the Srimad Bhagavatam. So if we make time every day for Krishna, Krishna will make time for us. So we can't underestimate or overestimate the power of having these books within our lives. Really take advantage. So I'm going to finish off with these are some prayers by Srila Sanatana Goswami of the 6 Goswamis. He's written a book called Krishna Lila Stava, which is a whole collection of obeisances to different pastimes and different manifestations and different forms of Krishna. So these are Sanatana Goswami's prayers to Krishna in the form of the Srimad Bhagavatam. And you can learn these prayers and recite them before you read the Bhagavatam, and then this will help you to really develop the right mood and meditation in our approach to Krishna in this form of the Bhagavatam. So he says, Sava Shastrabdi Piyusha, Sava Vedaika Satpala, Sava Siddhanta Ratnatya, Sava Lokaika Drikprada, Sava Bhagavata Prana, Srimad Bhagavata Prabhu, Kali Dvantodita Ditya, Sri Krishna Parivartita, Paramananda Pataya, Premava Shaksharayate, Savada Savasevyaya, Sri Krishnaya Namostu Me, Madeka Bandhu Matsangin, Madguru Manmahadhana, Mannistaraka Madbhagya, Madananda Namostu Te, Asadu Sadutadayin, Atinichochutakara, Hanamuncha Kadachin Mam Prena Hritkantayospura. O Srimad Bhagavatam, O nectar churned from the ocean of all the Vedic scriptures, O most prominent transcendental fruit of all the Vedas, O you who are enriched with the jewels of all spiritual philosophical conclusions, O you who grant spiritual vision to all the people of the world, O life breath of the Vaishnava devotees, O Lord, you are the sun which has arisen to dispel the darkness of the Kali Yuga. You are actually Krishna who has returned among us. O Srimad Bhagavatam, I offer my respectful obeisances unto you. By reading you, one attains transcendental bliss, for your syllables rain pure love of God upon the reader. You are always to be served by everyone, for you are an incarnation of Krishna. O Srimad Bhagavatam, O my only friend, O my companion, O my teacher, O my great wealth, O my deliverer, O my good fortune, O my bliss, I offer respectful obeisances unto you. And this is the last one. Listen really carefully. This is very profound what he says. O Srimad Bhagavatam, O giver of saintliness to the unsaintly, O uplifter of the very fallen, please do not ever leave me. Please become manifested upon my heart and in my voice, accompanied by pure love of Krishna. So anyone who thinks they're too fallen, Asadu Sadutadayin, O bestower of saintliness to the unsaintly. That if you can even just remember that one thing, that can give us a lot of hope and encouragement. Just read the Srimad Bhagavatam and Krishna will bless even those of us who consider ourselves most fallen. He will bless us with saintliness. So Grantaraj Srimad Bhagavatam ki jai, Sri Krishna Janmashtami Mahamahotsava ki jai, Sri Sadhu Sangha ki jai, Nitai Gaura Premanandi.
Thank you, Ram, for that. So I would like to introduce Shenya. She's going to be singing Hare Krishna Mahamantra, your old favourite. So everyone please join in. Anyone can play Mridanga nicely, then please Kirtans. Anyone who would like to have a bash at playing Kirtans, just stay in your seat.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Kodalita, Jaya Maya Purusha Shri, Jaya Kodalita, Jaya Maya Purusha Shri, Jaya
Thank you, Shania, for that wonderful, enthusiastic kirtan. Very nicely sung. So now we'd like to invite the Lord Sri Krishna Prabhu to speak about another aspect of Krishna appearing through his holy name. Shri Krishna Balaram ki, Shri Kontama Pishashi ki.
Hare Krishna. Everyone still awake? Okay, so that was a very nice talk by Ramananda Prabhu about the importance of the books, the significance of the books, and nice meditation is if you've got Krishna, if you've got the chance of having Krishna for 10 minutes in your house every day, who would refuse? Knock at the door. Who is it? I don't know, looks like a blue cowhead boy. What does he want? Well, he says just 10 minutes. Okay, ask him if he's in a drama. So Krishna is there, but then like Prabhupada was making the point as well, that when Krishna was here, not many people were aware, because Krishna is really good at disguises, actually. If you read a lot of the pastimes with Krishna, he can disguise himself as anything. And even Krishna's best, most intimate friends don't recognize he's Krishna. There's one where he's in the boat actually, and he takes the gopis across, and then later on he reveals he's Krishna. Well, actually they only find out he's Krishna because they see the flute sticking out from underneath his curtain, and they realize, oh, we're being conned again. So Krishna is the master of disguise. So you could be rubbing shoulders with Krishna and you wouldn't even know. A lot of people didn't know when Krishna was here. So the crux of the problem is, okay, so Krishna's there, he's in his books. Krishna's there in his holy name. But how are we going to connect to that reality? How are we going to become aware of that? We say, Hare Krishna. Do we see Krishna? Hare Krishna. So in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, it mentions the verse which is actually from the Bhakti-rasamrita Sindhu, the Nectar of Devotion. It says, Ata Sri Krishna Namadi Na Bhavad Grayam Indriya Sevan Mukhi Jivado Swayameva Sparatyada. And the translation basically is that Krishna and everything about Krishna, all his qualities and his forms, everything becomes revealed, Sevan Mukhi Jivado, if we engage the tongue in his service. We take Prashanam, we chant the holy name, then Krishna reveals himself. And Swayam, just like we say, Krishna Swayam Bhagavan, he's the Supreme Personality. So this personality, Swayam, Spuratyada. So the significant word is Spurat, because Spurat is manifests. Ada means everything. Krishna, when Krishna comes, he comes with everything. So his qualities, his pastimes, his name, his form, everything, all becomes manifest. Spurat yada, Spurat yada. Everything is manifest. Sevan Mukhi Jivado, we can engage the tongue, just like we engage the door. If you can engage the door and open it, everything can come in. Everyone can come. As long as they use the sanitizer, they can come in. Because Krishna is the sanitizer. So when Krishna comes in, everything gets sanitized. But how can we get the door open so that Krishna can come in? That is the question. So, Spurat, we want Krishna to manifest, and that's through the tongue, engaging the tongue. Sevan Mukhi Jivado. We engage the tongue in seva, in service. And then he becomes manifest. So, I wanted to introduce something a little along the same lines. So a question was asked, Mahatma was going to be giving a talk later on, and it's a really nice talk, so please hang around for that. Kind of the cherry on the cake, you could say. But this is also one of his points that he makes, and see if you can see the connection. So I'll just read it and then I'll try and show that I'm not going completely insane. Can chanting cure emotional problems? So I've just been looking up the statistics, and 1 in 4 people will have some type of emotional problem, and 1 in 6 apparently have it in the UK. So it's a big question, emotional problems. Sometimes we see a devotee has a particular nature, and maybe he's very harsh, or he acts in a way that doesn't seem very conducive to being Krishna conscious, and he's not getting any better. Should that devotee go to a psychiatrist, or should he just continue with his Krishna consciousness, and that will ultimately heal him? So sometimes a person could be very deeply disturbed, psychological, and the Maha Mantra is not a psychological tool per se. It's a mantra that awakens love of Krishna. A lot of the mental health issues are due to not receiving the love we need, either growing up or presently, and also our need to give love. So underpinning all the problems is the real problem, is that because we don't have this relationship, because Krishna hasn't manifested Spurat, he's not manifested in our lives, then we don't have any real loving relationship with anybody. Srila Prabhupada would often say that you love things, you can love your dog. Like sometimes people will say, I really love that ice cream, I really love it. But you wouldn't throw yourself under a car for the ice cream, would you? So love has become a very cheap thing now. Oh, I really love him. And then next week, oh, where's Jason? I thought you loved him. I know, he had a pimple on his nose. So Jason's out now. So it's love, but it's very shallow. Now Krishna, when you love Krishna, Krishna says, Aham Savasya Prabhavo, he says, when you understand that I'm the source of everything, then you worship me with all your hearts. When you realize what Krishna is, who Krishna is, when he manifests his full potency, then you worship him with all your heart. You can't help it. He's so unresistible and he's so attractive. So if that's not there, then hello, here come all the mental problems. They could be little ones, or they could be very big ones. But ultimately the healing agent is having that love in our lives, that loving reciprocation. We feel Krishna's love and we want to express that love back to him. Then we transcend all the problems, all the limitations. So a lot of the mental health issues are due to not receiving or giving the love, but we can come to understand how deeply Krishna loves us and accept that, which can be hard for some devotees because they have such a guilty conscience. So sometimes to accept that Krishna does actually love us, that he has so much love for us. That's the nature of Krishna, because he's complete and he's perfect. So he loves everybody completely and perfectly, every single one. Hare Krishna. Yep, okay. These batteries have got Krishna in them. So sometimes it's hard for us to accept that we are lovable, because we look in the mirror. I look in the mirror and I think, well, who could love that? So we have to transcend also our understanding of who we are and understand, well, Krishna made me and he makes everybody perfect and complete. So he wouldn't have made a mistake with me because he's complete and perfect himself. So therefore I must be some amazing part and parcel of Krishna. And if only I could find out what that was. You can imagine that would solve a lot of mental health problems if you could become aware of your real nature and your loving relationship that you have with Krishna. So that's why the onus is on us all to do that, to try and experience that, Krishna's presence. And it's especially, well, I'll go on to explain that. He says, we may have a guilty conscience. What will heal a lot of our problems is to feel and contemplate the love Krishna has for us. There is evidence everywhere. He gives us a place to live. Everyone got a place to live? That means Krishna loves you. You got food to eat? That means Krishna loves you. And what to speak of Mahaprabhu coming, Srila Prabhupada coming, and all the books Srila Prabhupada has given us, and the Maha Mantra, and on and on and on. Why would Krishna do this if he doesn't love us? Good point, eh? Meditate on the deep connection that's potentially there with Krishna, and Krishna wants that more than we do. Because we've forgotten, you see. Krishna hasn't forgotten. So he knows how sweet we are, he He knows how perfect we are. He knows how complete we are because He made us. So He knows that. So He's missing us. We don't know. We don't even know who we are. Never mind who Krishna is. So we don't really know. It's a bit like being at a fancy dress party and you dress up as Cleopatra and someone else dresses up as Napoleon. Then you get a hit on the head. And so you're going around being the part that your fancy dress says. And you've forgotten who you actually are. So all night you're just trying to be how you think Napoleon would be, you know. Give me some punch, or I will annihilate you. And Cleopatra's being like that, you know. So that's just on the fancy dress party, but they've forgotten who they were before they came. So Krishna is aware. He knows who you are, and He's missing you. And the Maha Mantra is our way of getting in touch with Krishna, and then Krishna helps us remember why we're here, what we were designed for in the first place, and how we can fulfill our real potential. So we meditate on a deep connection that's potentially there. So in today's like this, we're meditating on the potential. Wow, that must be amazing. Imagine if I could just get a glimpse of what my relationship is with Krishna and who I really am. So that's just to help us focus. And like Ramananda Prabhu was saying, Janmashtami is not just, Krishna is not just for Janmashtami. So Krishna's for 24/7, all the time. We want to be absorbed and immersed in that consciousness, not just a little glimpse here and there. So our pure essence is to love Krishna. Pure love is coming to us, and if we can improve our chanting and express our love for Krishna, our appreciation of His love, and try to reciprocate with that, that's really what Krishna consciousness is all about. So that's the challenge. Can we become aware of how much Krishna loves us? So we have to become aware of that love that He is giving us. So that really that's the solution to all the problems, really, solves all the problems. And the solution for accessing that love and becoming aware of that love is Atashi Krishna Namadi, Na Bhavam Graim Indriya, Sevan Mukhihi Jivado, engage the tongue in seva, and then Sparatyada, Swayam, the personality, Sparatyada, will manifest. It will explode into your existence. And it's a three-stage manifestation. Rupa Goswami explains that the two syllables Krishna have produced so much nectar that we can't even estimate. But when Krishna dances on the tongue, then you want millions of tongues. And then from dancing on the tongue, where does he go? He enters into the ear. So first of all, the first manifestation of Krishna is we're chanting, and Krishna's dancing on our tongue. Then the second manifestation of Krishna, which is more intimate, is Krishna starts to go into our ear. So we're not just chanting now, we're hearing, deeply absorbing. And then from the ear, then he dances in the courtyard of the heart. So believe it or not, there's a courtyard in there somewhere. And Krishna's waiting in that courtyard to dance with us. So that's what the chanting. And then when you're dancing with Krishna in the courtyard of your heart, and someone says, Prabhu, how were your rounds today? Then you can say, they were pretty good. Then you know you've chanted good rounds. Up until then, we're still practicing. But that would be the full manifestation, the full sparat yada of Krishna and everything, all his qualities, pastimes, everything. So I will leave you with that thought and meditation. Sri Krishna Janmashtami Maha Mahotsava ki. Sri Krishna Balaram ki jai. Nitai Gaura Premanandi Haribo.
Thank you, Prabhu, for reminding us about Krishna. And now it's time for the children's talent show. So who's first, Raghunath? Pranati with the dance. Okay, let's just check. Do a check. What's the dance called?
Eri More Vrindavan Niko. Eri More Vrindavan Niko.
Alex. Something to do with Vrindavan.
Eri More Vrindavan Niko. Dance on that song.
What does it mean?
Ali Re More Vrindavan Niko. Okay. Vrindavan is very nice to me. So it's Madhava's rock band song.
Okay. Before you start, just do a little check on yourself. Thank you, Arati, for that wonderful dance. She was dancing for Krishna's pleasure there, certainly. So now I'd like to ask Hari Darshan to recite some shlokas. And I'll just give you the mic here. From, is it?
धृतराष्ट्र उवाच धर्मक्षेत्रे कुरुक्षेत्रे समवेतायुत्सवा मामका पाण्डवाश्चैव किमकुर्वत सञ्जय कार्पण्यदोषोपहतः स्वभावः पृच्छामि त्वां धर्मसम्मूढचेता यच्छ्रेयसां निश्चितं ब्रूहि तन्मे शिष्यस्तेऽहं साधुनां त्वां प्रपन्नम् श्री भगवान उवाच अशोचानन्वशोचस्त्वं प्रज्ञावदांश भाषसे गतासो न गताशंश्च नानुशोचन्ति पण्डितः न त्वेवाहं जातुनासं न त्वं नेमे जनाधिप न चैव न भविष्यामः सर्वे वयमतः परम् देहिनोऽस्मिन् यथा देहे कौमारं यौवनं जरा तथा देहान्तरस्प्राप्ते धीरस्तत्र नमोति मातस्पर्शास्तु शीतोष्ण सुखदुःखदा आगमापायन नित्यास्तां सुतीक्षस्व भारत न जायते म्रियते वा कदाचिन्नायं भूत्वा भवितावानुभूय अजनित्य शाश्वतोऽयं पुराणो न हन्यते हन्यमाने शरीरे वाशांसि जीर्णानि यथा विहाय नवानि गृह्णाति नरोपराणि तथा शरीराणि विहाय जीर्णानि अन्यानि संयाति नवानि देहि नैनं चिन्तन्ति शस्त्राणि नैनं दहति पावका न चैनं क्लेदयन्त्यापो न शोषयति मारुतः जातस्य हि ध्रुवो मृत्युर्ध्रुवं जन्मामृतस्य च तस्मादपरिहार्याथे न त्वं शोचितुमर्हसि। Thank you.
Thank you very much for reciting Krishna's words so nicely. Hari Darshan Ki. Sri Krishna Bhagwan Ki. So now we'd like to ask Avani to come. You're going to sing a bhajan? Yeah? I'm needing a Madanga player. Anyone can play Madanga? Madanga duties again. Do you need a cartel player also? No, okay. So is there any soundtrack or is it just you singing in Madanga? Okay. You going to stand or sit? What do you want to do? Okay.
Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavana Shri Govinda Gopinatha Madana Mohana Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavana Shri Govinda Gopinatha Madana Mohana Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavana Shri Govinda Gopinatha Madana Mohana Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavana Shri Govinda Gopinatha Madana Mohana Shama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhana Kalindi Jamuna Jaya Jaya Mahavana Shama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhana Kalindi Jamuna Jaya Jaya Mahavana Keshi Gata Vamsi Bhattan Gadashakanana Jaha Sab Leela Koilo Shinandanandana Keshi Gata Vamsi Bhattan Gadashakanana Jaha Sab Leela Koilo Shinandanandana Shinanda Jashoda Jaya Jaya Gopadana Chimanadi Jaya Jaya Dinuvatsagana Jashoda Jaya Jaya Gopadana Shidamadi Jaya Jaya Dinuvatsagana Jaya Vrishabhanu Jaya Kirtans Sundari Jaya Purnamasi Jaya Avirana सुंदरी जय पूर्णमासी जय अभिनगरी जय जय गोपीश्वर वृंदावन जय जय कृष्ण सखा भक्तु द्विज राजा जय जय गोपीश्वर वृंदावन जय जय कृष्ण सखा भक्तु द्विज राजा जय राम घाट जय रोहिणी नंदन जय जय वृंदावन काशी जप जान जय राम घाट जय रोहिणी नंदन जय जय वृंदावन काशी जप जान जय द्विज पत्नी जय द्विज पत्नी जय नव कन्यादान भगति तेजारा पैया गोविंद चरण जहारा पैया गोविंद चरण शिराश मंडला जय जय राधा श्यामा जय जय रास लीला सर्व मनोरमा जय जय ज्वाला सर्व
wonderful Kirtan, Avani. Thank you very much. Amazing. It's amazing how big you've grown in a year and a half. I thought your little sister was you, actually. Then stood still for a year and a half. So next we have a dance by Balashwar's daughters. So is that the two of you? You ready? Just coming. Okay, thank you for that amazing, enthusiastic, energetic dance. Was there a name for that dance? Okay, I'm sure everyone heard that. So now we'd like to invite Sri Ram to chant some slokas. And it's mainly a Janmashtami presentation and just a few slokas, because if we ask him to chant all the slokas that he knows, then we'll be here till next Janmashtami.
Hare Krishna, everyone. No, it's okay. Like, okay. Chapter 1, Bhagavad Gita, chapter 1. All right, okay. Hare Krishna everyone, today I will be giving you a presentation on Janmashtami, the appearance of the Supreme Lord Krishna. Next slide. Space. Space. Next. Okay. Next. So here is the introduction of how it started. So as we all know, there are four yugas: Satya Yuga, Treta Yuga, Dwapara Yuga, and Kali Yuga. So this started near the end of Dwapara Yuga, while there were lots of demoniac kings and lots of sins were happening. So Bhumi, the Lord of the earth, appeared in front of Lord Brahma in the form of a cow with tears in her eyes, and she said, "Oh Brahma, please save me from all these sins." And Brahma said that, "Sorry, I cannot do anything, but it is only the Krishna that can save you." So in this earth we think there is only saltwater ocean, but in other planets there are milk oceans, honey oceans, oil oceans, and even alcohol oceans, and oceans of many other various liquids. So Brahma went to the milk ocean and was meditated to see Krishna, and Krishna sent a message saying that he would appear in wicked type of mischievous, Bakasuras, the stalk demon, cunning, duplicity, deceptiveness, and false types of behavior. Agasura, who tried to kill Krishna because Agasura was Putana's brother. So Agasura represents cruelty and violence. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. And then Brahma Vihomana pastime, when Brahma took all of the people and saw what Krishna could do and doubted whether it was the real Krishna. Mundane activities and speculative scholasticism. And Denakasura, the donkey demon. Gross materialistic intelligence and ignorance of spiritual knowledge. Kaliya, the chastising of the Kaliya serpent. Brutality and treachery. 11. Extinguishing the forest fire. Intercommunal discord among what does that say? Yes. And then overcoming the pride of Indra, demigod worship, and the tendency to think I am supreme. Nanda Maharaja captured by Varna, which is thinking that spiritual life can be enhanced. By intoxication. Nanda Maharaja swallowed by Vidyadhara, the snake, eschewing the truth of Krishna consciousness from being swallowed by impersonalists. Sakandakura killed the conch shell demon and getting the jewel that was stolen by him. Proneness towards acquiring name and fame and the desire for enjoyment under the plea of devotion. Arishnashura, the bull demon. Pride attaining from indulging religions invented by cheaters which cause neglect of devotional service. Keshi, the horse demon, the feeling that I am a great devotee and spiritual master. Okay, next slide please. So this is the end. At the age 11, Krishna and Balarama had a wrestling match with Kamsa and then eventually killed him. Next slide please. The end. Next slide. Next slide. So the reference where I got all of this information was from nothing other than the Krishna book written by our spiritual master Srila Prabhupada and also the 10th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. Thank you everyone for listening. Hare Krishna. Okay, now I will recite a few shlokas. Okay, chapter 1, text 1. Dhritarashtra uvacha dharmakshetre kurukshetre samaveta yuchavaha mamakaha pandavascheva kimakurvata sanjaya. And then chapter 1, text 31. Kulakshaye pranashyanti kuladharma sanatanaha dharme naste kulakritsnan adharmo abhibhavati uta. Okay, and now chapter 9, text 26. Patram pushpam phalam toyam yome bhaktya prayachati taddaham bhakti uparadam ashnami prayatatmanaha. Chapter 4, text 7. Yata hi dharmasya glam nirbhavati bharata abhyutanam adharmasya taratmanam srijamyaham. And then this shloka was the word spoken by Prahlada Maharaj when he was going to pacify Lord Narsimha. Ugram Veeram Mahavishtam Trantam Sarvatomukam Narsimham Vishnam Bhadram Mrityum Namami Aham. This translates to I bow down to Narsimha, who is burning from all sides, terrific and bright. Yes. In my own words. And then I think there was one more shloka. Yes, one more shloka. Chapter 1, text 41. Adharmo abhibhavat Krishna padyushanti kulastriyaha srishudishtrashu vashlaya jayate varna shankaraha. Okay, Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Sri Ram, for that wonderful presentation on the Lord's appearance. We'd now like to invite Amrita to sing some Hare Krishna mantra. And Sita, could you play Mridanga, please? Getting Mridanga duties this evening.
Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Kodanikai, Jaya Maya Shashi, Jaya Kodanikai, Jaya Maya Shashi, Jaya Kodanikai, Jaya Shashi, Jaya Kodanikai, Jaya Maya Shashi.
Sri Krishna Janmasthami Mahatma ki. Thank you, Amrita, for that lovely bhajan. Thank you. And I would like to invite Guru Bhakti to sing Hare Krishna. And do you mind? Before you start, Guru Bhakti, I forgot one of the kids.
Hare Krishna everyone. I am going to tell some slokas in Bhagavad Gita. Ugram Veeram Mahavishnam Dharmakshetre Kurukshetre Samapaya Yujjava Mamakaha Pandavasteva Kimbakarata Sanjaya. Patram Pushpam Palam Tuyam Yome Bhaktya Prayashuri Tadaham Bhakti Upahiram Ashnami Pretat Manaha Kulakshaya Pranishanti Kuladharmaha Sanatanaha Dharme Nashte Kulam Krishnam Adharma Abhivavati Uta. I'm going to tell you 8 names of Tulasi. Vrinda, Vrindavani, Vishwapujita, Pushpashara, Nandini, Krishna Jivani, Vishwabhavani, Tulasi. Ugram Veeram Mahavishnam Jalantam Sharvito Mukam Narsimham Pishanam Bhadram Mrityum Namamiham. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much. Very nicely recited. Beautiful. So now, thanks to all the children and youngsters for their dances, their slokas, presentations and recitations. So we'd like to ask everyone to give a big hand to all the kids for everything they did this evening. So someone can play Kirtans? Mary? You can play Kirtans.
नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्ण प्रस्तावतले श्रीमते कृष्ण दास प्रभुपाद प्रियते सदैव नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्ण प्रस्तावतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदांत स्वामी नमस्ते सरस्वती देवी गौरवाणी निर्विशेष जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौरभक्तवृंद हरे कृष्ण Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare की जय। श्री जन्माष्टमी महोत्सव की जय।
Krishna. So welcome to some of the guests who have just arrived since the last time we made an announcement. Some faces behind the masks I'm sure that we haven't seen for a long time. And we have a special address in a couple of minutes. Mahatma Prabhu has done a nice presentation, a nice talk actually on Lord Krishna's appearance. He did it especially for the devotees in Scotland here. And are you ready to go? So just for the remainder of the programme, so after Mahatma's talk, then there'll be Kirtans. Sita will be leading Kirtan, and then Java is presented. He's going to present a talk on Krishna and the cows, which is a little precursor to our Go Raksha cow protection programme coming soon in Scotland, hopefully. And then Padmanabh will have Kirtan. He'll lead Kirtan, and then about 11:45 we'll all move in next door for midnight Arati. And after that there'll be Prasadam. So just to let everybody know that those who are part of the strange terminology inner bubble, then they'll take Prasadam over there, and the other devotees will have Prasadam packaged for them. They can come back in here after midnight Arati and they'll take that with them. If anyone's going away sooner, then there's some Mahaprasad in the temple conservatory, and at any time if you want to take darshan, just go through, the devotees will guide you through the darshan procedure. Okay, so just go to Mahatma Prabhu's talk.
Hare Krishna. It's nice to be here with you on Janmashtami. I'm very honored to speak to you. Although I can't see you, but I can see your faces. And I hope you're all doing well. One of the things that I think is so important, not just on Janmashtami, but on any holiday, is to focus on that particular day, on the personality of that day. Of course, Janmashtami's personality is Krishna. We have other holidays. Just celebrating Balaram, Radhastami is coming out to just celebrate Goswami's appearance day. Before that, it was Sanatana Goswami. And then throughout the year, Bhaktivinoda Thakur, Bhaktivinoda Babaji, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta, tomorrow will be Srila Prabhupada. And what I have found extremely important or valuable is on those days, we focus deeply on those personalities. We absorb ourselves that day. It's not business as usual. That's a big mistake that we can make. Well, here's Janmashtami, I have a busy life and so many things to do, and so I'll just kind of business as usual, maybe spend another hour doing something extra. It shouldn't be that way. When I was a young devotee, Janmashtami was a very big day to be absorbed in here. I would always chant 64 rounds. And read a lot. I'm not saying specifically that you do that, but I just wanted to remind you or inform you if you don't know that In our Shastras, it says we should worship these holy days. They are the days in which our devotion can grow in special ways. And I have found this to be true, that if we absorb ourselves more on these special days, it's going to make a huge impact on our spiritual life. And we might think, well, I know Krishna. But of course Krishna is unlimited. So to spend this day going more deeply into Krishna's birth, to understanding his leelas, to understanding his position, his love for his devotees, the significance of Krishna appearing, the significance of Krishna speaking Bhagavad Gita, the significance of his leelas. We can understand these things much more deeply than we understand them now. And today is the day to do that. You will see by doing that, you will feel like this was an important day for me. And I want to do this on the next day of all the named acharyas and different avatars of Krishna. So I can more deeply understand the significance of their leelas and more deeply understand the significance of their pastimes. And just everything about them. So I wanted to start today's talk with that point, that this is a special day for all of us. And it's unfortunate if this day just becomes like any other day with the addition of an extra Arati or, we cook a few things. It should be much deeper than this. It's a day for deep absorption. Sri Prabhupada wrote me, he said, the whole point of Krishna consciousness is to be absorbed in thoughts of Krishna. And when I read that, I thought, that is something I don't have experience of. But if we make these holidays kind of like the Sabbath, this is the day where other things are back-burnered. This is a day that we do more kirtan, we do more japa, we do more study, we go into Krishna Lila, we try to understand more deeply the significance of it, and more details of it, and read the stories, and pick up on aspects of the story maybe we had skipped over, or pick up on aspects of the story that start to pop out and have deeper meaning for us. This is so important, because whenever you focus on a specific aspect of Krishna consciousness, what you speak of focusing on Krishna and his birth, then you become vitalized, but you become edified in new ways. And it makes, in my experience, it makes like a permanent impression, a samskara. And I've gone deeper today. I've understood something about Krishna and my relationship with him that I didn't understand previously. And then you carry that with you in your spiritual life, and then every year on Janmashtami, something new, something deeper, some appreciation that you didn't have before. That sticks to you. It becomes part of what I call your transcendental arsenal. This is your Krishna conscious arsenal. This is what you carry with you. This kind of samskar, this impression in your heart. So there's this verse in Bhagavad Gita that Prabhupada often talks about on the appearance day of Krishna. Janma karma chanayuga. My birth, my karma, my action, pardunyam. Evam yogati tattataha. And if you understand the transcendental nature, you don't see Krishna's material, you understand Krishna as he is, then Punam Janma Vidyate, there won't be birth and death again. So here we are in Janmashtami, we're trying to understand more deeply who is Krishna, what is his transcendental nature, how he took birth, why he took birth, what was his mission. So of course, Krishna tells us his mission in Bhagavad Gita, that he comes to establish Dharma, he comes to establish religion. And so, one of the things that Krishna did when he came here was speak to Arjuna, so we would have Bhagavad Gita. And for most of us, the importance of Bhagavad Gita is that that's the book that we first read, or one of the main books we studied that convinced us to be a devotee. So we can see when Krishna says, I've come to dharma samskara pranata, I've come to establish dharma, come to establish religion. He's doing that through Bhagavad Gita, and we are the lucky recipients of Bhagavad Gita. Now, when Krishna speaks Bhagavad Gita, I personally see it as an invitation to go back to God. So when you speak to someone and say, here's Bhagavad Gita, what you're actually saying is, here is an invitation, a personal invitation from God to come back to His abode. And people say, I'm not interested, which is unfortunate. They're not interested in the invitation to go back to God. That's what they're really saying. So Krishna's coming down. He's speaking Bhagavad Gita, which is an invitation. And Bhagavad Gita also is something else, which sometimes we don't realize. It's Krishna opening up His heart, showing how much He wants us, and showing how much He loves us. And one example of that is in the end of the Gita, when Krishna is telling Arjuna, have you understood everything? If you haven't, I'll explain it all again. Now Krishna is telling Arjuna, prior to that, I've explained everything, you can do what you want to do. But he doesn't really want him to do what he wants to do. By saying you can do what you want to do, it's establishing the truth that the jiva has independence. So by Krishna saying you can do what you want to do, really he's saying, you will do what you want to do because I've given you that independence. But really what I want you to do is what I told you to do in the Gita. Why? Krishna says, because you're my dear friend. Which is another way of saying, because I love you, I want you to do what I asked you to do, because I love you, although you can do anything. So Krishna's coming down, and he's manifesting his love. And how does he manifest his love? By convincing us that we should love him back, we should reciprocate with that love. And basically, Krishna consciousness is just the effort, this constant effort to reciprocate with Krishna's love, which is, of course, so difficult because his love is so vast and so deep, and he loves us more than we love him. But still, that's what Krishna is asking us to do in the Gita. Surrender. What does surrender mean in this sense? Surrender means, I'm surrendered to you. I love you. I want you to reciprocate with that love so we have a relationship. So why does Krishna come? So this is one of the reasons he comes. We understand he comes to manifest his love to us, to show us how to love him, to tell us he loves us, and to ask us to reciprocate with that love. So there's this talk Prabhupada says that the word Prabhupada often uses as the mystery of his birth. What is the mystery of Krishna's birth? Well, Krishna's birth is mysterious because it's a virgin birth, like we have in Christianity, the birth of Christ. There are also many similarities, although Christ is not God, but there's similarities in the virgin birth. That's one big similarity. So the way Krishna was conceived is quite interesting, and it's also important for us personally. Krishna was conceived in meditation in the mind of Nandaraj, and from his mind, in his meditation, he impregnated Devaki in meditation. Kind of like the Guru gives Krishna, by praying, by teaching. So Vasudeva, conceiving of Krishna, impregnates Krishna, you could say spiritually, through his own consciousness, impregnates Devaki with the consciousness of Krishna. That was her pregnancy. So Krishna was in through meditation, impregnated through meditation. That's really interesting, because that's what we're trying to do, or that's what we can do, because Krishna is absolute. We can carry Krishna within us through meditation. We do this when we chant, we're supposed to do this when we chant japa. carry Krishna within us. And when you carry Krishna within you, you attract other people because you become bright, you become happy, you become effulgent, people see you and you look different than other people. When we saw Sri Prabhupada, we had this distinct experience, and I would say more than understanding, experience that Krishna is being carried by him. Otherwise, how is it that he's so beautiful? Otherwise, why are we so attracted to him? Otherwise, how is it that our heart is changing in his presence? Because he's carrying Krishna. And that's what we're supposed to do. And Krishna is willing to give himself to us. You impregnate your consciousness with Krishna. So they lived in a place called Mathura. And they gave birth to Krishna. But he appeared as Vishnu with 4 arms. And why did he appear as Vishnu? They later asked him to take the position of child. Because Prabhupada said, and the Shastras say, that Krishna never leaves Vrindavan. So that's interesting. If Krishna never leaves Vrindavan, that means the Krishna that would appear in Mathura, which is outside of Vrindavan, cannot be the Krishna that lives in Vrindavan. The Krishna that lives in Vrindavan is Janmashtami. It's the original form of Krishna. 2 hands playing flute. So when he goes out of Vrindavan, it looks like he's leaving Vrindavan, but Shastra says, Shastra says he never leaves Vrindavan. So what does that mean? It means when he leaves Vrindavan, he doesn't leave, he stays there. And what leaves Vrindavan, goes out of Vrindavan, is Vasudeva Krishna. And so the Vasudeva Krishna could only appear in Mathura. The original Krishna could not appear in Mathura. And then you hear the story, but didn't Vasudeva take Krishna to Vrindavan? That Krishna. He did. There's something that Prabhupada explains, but you have to find it in the purport in the Bhagavatam, because he only, I believe, explains it in one place. And this is, of course, explained in the commentaries to understand Krishna's nature. Krishna did appear as Vasudeva, and Vasudeva, Krishna's father, brought him to Vrindavan, where Krishna grew up. But for Krishna to be in Vrindavan, he can't be Vasudeva. So what happened? How did this Vasudeva form, this Vishnu form that took birth in the Torah, how could he be taken to Vrindavan? Because Krishna's only Shyamasundar in Vrindavan. Well, what the Acharyas have explained is while Krishna appeared in Mathura in his Vishnu feature, Vasudeva feature, he appeared in his original feature as Shyamasundar. And Subhadra also appeared. And Mother Yasoda was very exhausted and she didn't really know what was happening. So Vasudeva came and said that he put Krishna down and took Subhadra back. But actually what he did is he put Krishna down, but Krishna merged into the original Krishna. The original Krishna was actually there. So Krishna is actually the son of Yashoda, as in his original form as the son of Devaki in his Vishnu feature. Now, Balaram also was in the womb of Devaki, solely for the purpose of serving Krishna, because Devaki had given birth to 6 children who represented the 6 anarthas, or the 6 material conditioning, Kama, Moha, Matsara, and Mada, lust, greed, anger, envy, illusion. Lust, greed, anger, illusion, lust, greed, anger, Kama, Krodha, Moha, illusion, madness. So he prepared a room, and then he went into the womb. Yogamaya said, go into the womb of Bhagini, and he went to the womb of Bhagini. And Bhagini was the wife of Vasudeva, but being taken care of by Nanda. She was safe, and so she was in the palace. And this is how Krishna and Balaram grew up together in the same place. So considered brothers in that sense. Another interesting thing that Prabhupada says is that right now, in some universe, Krishna is appearing. And right now, in some universe, Krishna is speaking Bhagavad Gita. And right now, in some universe, Krishna is killing Putana. And in some universe, Balaram is fighting Dhanukasura. And in some other universe, another Leela is going on. In other words, every Leela is going on simultaneously, right now, in some universe. But sometimes we would call the transcendental roadshow. I don't know if Prabhupada called it, but maybe Prabhupada, we would call it the transcendental roadshow. That he's constantly appearing. And one time Prabhupada said that Arjuna and Kunti, wherever Krishna is appearing, they're appearing. And they stay within the material universe in this Leela with Krishna, performing specific service. So this is part of the transcendental nature of Krishna, that he can manifest in unlimited forms, and he can appear in unlimited universes, so that inconceivably all these pastimes are going on. The example Prabhupada gave us, well, somewhere right now the sun is setting, and somewhere right now the sun is rising. So somewhere right now Krishna is winding up his pastimes, and somewhere right now Krishna is appearing transcendentally, not taking birth, appearing. There's one point Prabhupada makes about Krishna's appearance. It's called Krishna Janmashtami. You may have heard that when we say Janmashtami. That's an astrological calculation. The birth is on the Ashtami, 8 days. Ashtami, 8 days after the new moon, I believe. Ashtami day. And so Krishna Janmashtami, but there is this Krishna Jayanti. And Prabhupada said that there are many so-called great persons, when they have their birthday, they call it, Gandhi Jayanti, or Nehru Jayanti, like that. And he said, no, the word Jayanti, technically speaking, it's only for Krishna. You could say, not, at least for any mortal person. Jayanti, no. Because Jayanti signifies a transcendental person who is descending on this planet, who's not taking ordinary birth. Now the problem is, as you know, and Kunti well expressed, that you're unborn but you take birth, and it bewilders people. So when people don't understand Krishna's nature, and inconceivably, this is amazing. The first time I heard this, I just thought, this is incredible. People saw Krishna and they didn't know who he was. And it's like, I was thinking, how is that possible? They don't know who he was. They saw him. And so Prabhupada said, just because he appears, if you don't have vision, he appears like an ordinary person. And you will see him as an ordinary person. Sri Krishna So this is, this is significant. Do I see the deity as an ordinary person? Do I see Srimad Bhagavatam as an ordinary book? Do I see the holy name as ordinary sound? And the answer is, to some degree, yes. So that explains how people could see Krishna and not see him due to their impurity. So Krishna appears, even though you can't see him as he is, you cannot equate him with an ordinary person. And that's what people did. And then Prabhupada said something even more amazing. Not that people couldn't understand him, couldn't see him, although they were in his presence. He was saying that hardly anyone knew who he was, hardly anyone, because you can only see Krishna with devotion. One time, Hanuman was guarding the forest and they were expecting to be attacked, and he heard some sound, and he was ready to attack, and he attacked, and he fought. And only after a while did he realize that it was actually Lord Ram that he was fighting. You can imagine Hanuman fighting Lord Ram. That is crazy, inconceivable. How could he not know? And then when he realized it was Ram, he apologized to Ram. And he was so embarrassed, and he said, how could I not know it was you? And Ram said, because you were angry at me. Because you didn't know who I was. That anger covered you. And also, Janmashtami, who was a devotee, fought Krishna in his anger. He didn't understand because of his anger. So our position is similar. How much of Krishna do we understand? According to our level of purity, we will see Krishna. There are stories of devotees speaking to the deity. Even there's a story of Prabhupada speaking to the deity and the deity speaking back. These things go on. So at least we have this faith that the deity is transcendental, Mahatma is transcendental, the holy name is transcendental, Krishna Lila is transcendental. We may not see it that way. It takes some bhakti, it takes some love, it takes some devotion, but as we cultivate it, then we will see. So one other thing Mahatma says is that there's a constellation of stars when Krishna appeared. Everything's auspicious. Obviously, all the stars, they moved. Like, okay, now everything is auspicious. And Prabhupada said that constellation is called Jayanti, which is why you cannot call anyone else's birthday so-and-so's Jayanti, because Jayanti refers to this auspicious combination of stars that can only take place when Krishna appears. So I don't know if you've experienced this when you go to Vrindavan, but especially like on Arati, Janmashtami, Gaur you can feel the atmosphere is different. And the devotees are especially blissful, they're especially joyful. And it's the atmosphere. It's just like when you go to Vrindavan and Mayapur. It's the atmosphere. Because it's so auspicious, that day is so powerful and so special. Just by being in Krishna consciousness on that day, you will feel something special. You'll definitely feel this is special. I feel especially ecstatic, especially blissful. That appearance day is different than every other day of the year. So, what about fasting on Janmashtami? When Srila Prabhupada was with us, we fasted till midnight, till after midnight. That was standard. Now, as we get older, or as we realize our limitation, we may see that when I fast, I become very faint, or I could collapse, or I may just not able to function properly. So the different levels of fasting, and one level of fasting would be just fruit and milk. So you could do a partial fast, just eat a little fruit and milk to keep you going. What has become the custom, which I've seen, I don't know why and where it happened, what has become the custom is that devotees have started just taking the feast later. But as I said, because this day is so auspicious, and Bhaktivinoda Thakur said that these holy days are the mother of devotion. They really sprout bhakti in ways in which normal days don't or can't. Then, as far as possible, we should observe fasting. If we can fast till midnight, fast. If you can't, some fruit, or some juice, or something, just to carry you over. And as far as extra chanting, now some of you, if it's a big festival, and you have seva and you're super busy, that's always a priority. But especially if you don't, there's not a big festival or due to lockdown, there's not much to do. If you can gather together with a few devotees and do some tapasya, do some more japa. Maybe some of you want to do 64 lines today. And reading, and more kirtan. There's lots and lots and lots of kirtan. Chanting and kirtan and reading just throughout the day. That's wonderful. So kirtan for an hour, japa for an hour, Krishna book for an hour. Maybe periodically at certain parts of the day. Between this hour, between 4 and 7, we'll do it. Between 12 and 3, we'll do it. You know, like that. So I would encourage you to do that. This is just trying to underscore how I began this talk, which is by encouraging that this is a special day. And I didn't explain details of what that would look like, so I just wanted to give you these details. The last thing I want to say is to say a pastime which underscores this principle of love. So as you know, Putana, she came to kill Krishna by putting poison on his breast. And Krishna sucked the milk, accepted her as a mother, and then sucked out her life here. And she was blessed to have the position of Krishna's mother. So Krishna is killing in his Vasudeva feature. Whenever you see Krishna killing, or here, see a movie is here. Whenever you hear about Krishna's killing of someone in Vrindavan who is attacking him, he manifests his Vasudeva feature to kill them. So with Putana, she came with the express purpose of killing Krishna. But he accepted her position as a mother of someone who's coming with affection to give breast milk. And in the feature of Vasudeva, this dharmic feature to annihilate religion, annihilate miscreants, he killed her. But in his feature of unfathomable affection. Again, say it. Unfathomable. I don't know how you say it in Scotland. So there's a verse in Bhagavatam, and it's looking at this Leela. It's analyzing this Leela. I don't know who spoke it. Unfortunately, it should be a question. Or one great devotee analyzing this Leela, and he's making the point that this person came to kill Krishna. And his love is so great that whatever we do to serve him, even if it's ill motivated, he will take it as affection. He will take it as service. So he took Putana's position as a mother's service and love, and he gave her love. And that love ultimately manifested in giving her the position in Vatsalya Rasa. And so this verse says, when you study Krishna's nature, then he will take even an ill-motivated act, if it can be interpreted in some way as service, he will take that as service, and then he will give back, he will reciprocate with that. That's amazing, isn't it? He'll give love. So I just, wanted to underscore on this day, it's really the day to meditate on Krishna's pastimes of love, how he blesses and reciprocates and gives love. Kubja was another one. Kubja had some lust in her heart, and Krishna purified her of that lust. Her intention wasn't entirely pure. And I think it's so important for us to understand the principle that Krishna, he doesn't shame us. He doesn't make us feel guilty. We shame ourselves and we make ourselves feel guilty. We should not think Krishna is like an ordinary person who when we fail would shame us, or when we fail would be angry at us. Krishna is never angry as long as we're sincerely trying. Krishna sees the effort. If you're making the effort, Krishna sees you as a sadhu, and he tells everyone, you should see this person as a sadhu. So we should never project upon Krishna the mentality of people of this world who may be disappointed with us, or may criticize us for our shortcomings. We should never feel that Krishna is doing that to us, but we should always feel that Krishna is accepting our sincerity. Krishna is accepting whatever we can offer him, whatever devotion we have. And Krishna is only giving us love. That's what he does. That's his nature. That's what he gives. He's not looking at our imperfections and withholding his love. And the only thing we have to do is accept his love and reciprocate with his love. That is our job. Paying Krishna back. I like to say we're trying to compete with Krishna because he's giving us so much love, so we're competing with the love he's giving us. How can I pay him back? You've given me so much. And in my life, every day of my life is just to purify myself so I can become worthy of paying him back. And in fact, one of the meanings of the Maha is please make me worthy to serve you. And I always feel when I chant, please make me worthy to pay back the love, to manifest the love that you're giving to me. And so if we have this conception of Krishna as the Lord of love who always gives love, and not allow ourselves to feel that even though I have shortcomings and failings, it's not that Krishna is against me, or he's angry with me, or I should feel guilty and shameful thinking that Krishna must be mad at what I've done or what I failed to do. That's wrong. But we should always feel that Krishna is loving us unconditionally and always. That won't stop. And we should always try to reciprocate with that love eternally. And that's what we'll be doing. And whatever little love we can give to Krishna, he'll take it and he'll magnify it. He may not think it's significant, but I think that's very important. Lesson for us to take, especially today. Hare Krishna.
Mahatma ki Sri Krishna Bhagavan ki Krishna Bhagavan ki Shri Krishna Janmasthami ki So when it's more Kirtan, we'd like to invite Sita to chant. And while we're just setting up, I'd just like to let the devotees know that the shop is open. Dilip is here attending to the shop, and if anyone's not had darshan yet, then they can go through for darshan anytime. Of course, we'll all be having darshan at midnight. Kirtan for the deities next door. Okay, we need a Mridanga player. Is Vrinda or Guru Bhakti here? Vrinda, could you play Mridanga, please?
Namo Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesha Shunyari Pashchita Deshatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Everybody. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama
now we'd like to invite Javit to give a talk on Krishna and the cows. Some slides also going to accompany that.
Well, it's really nice that everyone who's been singing Kirtan has been finishing the Kirtan by singing Shri Krishna Mai Prashashi and Sri Krishna Balaram, because that's one very strong characteristic of all of our festivals at Kunabhavan, is that whenever there's a festival celebrating Krishna, then we also pay respect to Lord Chaitanya. And when there's a festival like Nityananda or when there's a festival like Balaram Jayanti, then we always make a special offering to Lord Balaram. We make a special offering to Lord Nityananda on that day, understanding that Lord Nityananda is Balaram and that Lord Chaitanya is Krishna. So another of Lord Vishnu. Anyway, we'd seen that Lord Nityananda was making his appearance in that early part of Lord Chaitanya's Leela. And with the ladies, Mother Sachi and the other ladies were terrified to see this snake. And when baby Nimai saw that his parents and his aunties and uncles were in so much distress, then he put the snake down and the snake crawled out of the house and disappeared. So after that, it was much later when Lord Nityananda again came to Navadvip. It's said that Lord Nityananda was in Vrindavan and he heard that Lord Chaitanya had been in Gaya and had received some instruction from Ishwara Puri and had returned to Navadvip, and that his mood had changed. He was no longer the arrogant young scholar Nimai Pandit, but he was now displaying ecstatic symptoms of love of God and having all-night kirtans with his intimate disciples and devotees. So Lord Nityananda decided to come to Navadvip to meet his eternal brother. So Lord Chaitanya knew that he'd arrived, and he asked some of his associates to go out and bring Lord Nityananda, but none of them could find him. They went out on more than one occasion to find him. So Lord Chaitanya said, "Oh, come on, I know where he is." So they met in the house of Nandinacharya, the milkman. So I feel this is very significant. And it also reminds us that Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda are always actually they were actually always in the bhav of cowherd boys, in the bhav of Krishna and Balaram herding the cows in Vrindavan. So I'm going to sing a song now. It's the first 3 verses of Bhoga Arati by Bhaktivinoda Thakur. You probably know it, well, you certainly know the chorus. Are we going to have it up? Yeah.
You don't know that you're going to sing it in Sanskrit.
Sorry?
You don't know you're going to sing it in Sanskrit, I thought you just did in the English translation.
You just did, Joe.
Okay. So yeah, you probably all know the chorus anyway. Bhajabhakita Vatsala Shri Guru Hari, Shri Guru Hari, Sohi Goshta Bihari, Nanda Yashomati Chitta Hari, and then Bhaja Govinda Govinda Gopala. So if you can all sing that, Bhaja Govinda Govinda Gopala. Bhaja Bhakata Vatsala Shri Guru Hari, Bhakata Vatsala Shri Guru Hari, Shri Guru Hari, Sahi Goshta Bihari, Nanda Yashomati Chitta Hari, Bhaja Govinda Govinda Gopala, Dela Damodara Ishaikano, Bhoga Mandire Bushikoro Bhojana, Bhaja Bhakata Vatsala Shri Guru Hari, Nandarani Deshi Basi Giribharadhari, Baladeva Sahasakta Basi Sari Sari, Bhaja Bhakata Vatsala Shri Guru Hari, Bhaja Govinda Govinda Gopala, So, Krishna is called Bhakata Vatsala, which means that he has great affection for his devotees, and he relishes blessing them, and he loves to hear their prayers, and he loves to interact with them. So this word Vatsala, from which comes Vatsalya, which means the mood of affection given by a parent to a child, comes from the word Vatsa, which means calf. So Vatsala actually means the affection a cow has for her calf. Actually that's the feminine form of the word, Vatsala. If it's just Vatsala, then it would be the affection a bull has for the calf. Of course, we don't see that affection displayed in the Western world in modern times because bulls are not allowed to, live with their calves. Bulls are usually just kind of locked up in barns, and they only come out once a year to mate for a very short period. Bulls are actually often very unhappy creatures. But Krishna really loves cows because cows teach us how to have real affection for our dependents. And cows also teach us how to remain very gentle, even though we may be very strong. A cow is very strong. I mean, a cow weighs probably 10 times more than the average human. And actually I've seen someone knocked unconscious just by a cow doing that, just turning its head, just like that. But because cows actually have an intrinsic faith in human beings, because Krishna has actually facilitated their descent to this planet and to all of the planets in the universe for the sake of providing everything that's essential for human life without any great endeavor. So Mother Kunti, in her prayers in the beginning of Bhagavatam, she actually glorifies the cows, and she glorifies Krishna as the protector of the cows in a very beautiful verse. This is Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 1, Chapter 8, verse 43.
What did we have?
So it's okay, I've got it here. Sri Krishna Krishna Sakya Vrishabhavani Dhruv Rajanya Vanshadhanana Pavaki Virya Govinda Gojuja Surati Haravatara Yogeshwara Kilagaro Bhagavan Namaste. Oh Krishna, O friend of Arjuna, O chief amongst the descendants of Vrishni, you are the destroyer of those political parties which are disturbing elements on this earth. Your prowess never deteriorates. You are the proprietor of the transcendental abode, and you descend to relieve the distresses of the cows, the Brahmins, and the devotees. You possess all mystic powers, and you are the preceptor of the entire universe. You are the Almighty God, and I offer you my respectful obeisances. So in the purport to that verse, Srila Prabhupada says that Krishna comes to protect especially the Brahmins, the devotees, and the cows, because they're all actually essential elements in the prosperity of human beings. And also because they're innocent creatures and they don't have a tendency to defend themselves. As I was saying, a cow can actually very easily kill a human being. And a Brahmin can also do so because he knows the art of using mystic weapons, and he may even also have certain skills that a Kshatriya would have, but he doesn't use them because he wants to set this example of humility and of equanimity. And the devotees also have that similar quality, that even though by dint of their devotional service they may have gained all sorts of abilities and opulences, but they don't generally display them. At least for about 300 years, all over the world, then cows have been greatly abused. Not really intentionally in one sense, but just because of certain economic and political systems, then they've become redundant because with the advent of steam power, and then later the internal combustion engine, then it was much easier to use mechanized transport and to use tractors to plough fields. It enabled people to be able to live away from the rural areas and live in cities, and they were thinking that they were having a higher standard of living. But as we can see now, then that whole system is broken down, and if you suggest that, well, it's broken down because you've forgotten how to interact with the cows, then that's kind of just sort of, people just don't know about that. It's actually there in the history books. If you take the time to study it, it's not some kind of mystical thing. Before about 1750, bullocks were the main form of transport all over the world. Horses had a little kind of rise to glory because engineers found a way to design a bridle and a kind of yoke that allowed horses to pull heavy weights. Before that, horses couldn't pull heavy weights because they would choke because of the nature of their kind of anatomy. But the horses didn't last long because steam and internal combustion came in. So anyway, I'm just getting distracted a bit here. So Krishna learned as a child. Krishna was always with in the association of Nanda Maharaj and the older gopis, and he was constantly had interaction with the cows, and that whole mood of gentle affection pervaded Krishna's childhood. So he was learning the example of that way of life. And we see that when he started to go out with the boys and look after the cows himself, then he managed to kind of combine his duties as a cowherd with all of his fun with the cowherd boys. It's not that he needed to kind of come home after a hard day's work and go out and play with the boys. No, like the work was fun, because being with the cows was always fun, because the cows had that fun nature, and the boys would be all of the activities that they performed, all of their clothing, all of their musical instruments, all of their tools that they used, they all came from the trees, or from the minerals of the earth, or from the cows. And it was just to hear about it and to read about it. There was never any hankering. It's not that Krishna and Balaram, were thinking, oh, when can we get a bit older and we can run away from home and like beat the big boys in Mathura. No. And in fact, even this past time in Arati, it's described that Mother Yashoda calls Sri Krishna, my dear Damodar, it's very late. Please come right now and sit down in the dining hall and take your lunch. On the direction of Nanda Maharaj, Krishna, the holder of Govardhan Hill, sits down, and then all the cowherd boys, along with Krishna's elder brother, Sri Baladev, sit down in rows to take their lunch. And they have like an amazing feast it's described in this Bhogarati song. They serve pumpkin, baskets of fruit, small square cakes made of lentils and cooked down milk, then thick yogurt, squash cooked in milk, and vegetable preparations made from the flower of the banana tree. They receive fried squares of mung dal patis, dal patis, chapatis, and rice with ghee, sweets made with milk, sugar, and sesame, rice fryer cakes, thick cooked down milk, cakes floating in milk, and sweet rice. And then it goes on and on and on and on. But sometimes the cowherd boys were just enjoying so much being with the cows that even though they knew that that feast was there every night, they just didn't want to come home. So Srila Prabhupada describes that even he can remember when life was like that in Bengal. So even though it wasn't like that perhaps 100 years ago in Europe, but in India there's still places where you can go where you can see that life. In fact, myself and Atokshaja went to Eka Chakra, the birthplace of Lord Nityananda, in 2007, and it was like that. It was like that. You went into through somebody's front door, and they didn't really have a house. You went into the front door, and it just kind of opened up into a kind of field, really, and everyone was there with the cows, and it was just like you were walking into, that world of Krishna and the cowherd boys, And all of the ladies were like so effulgent. It was amazing. They didn't look like they did anything other than milk the cows, make the butter, and look after the children. Perhaps they never went further than a couple of miles down the road, but everything was perfect. So Srila Prabhupada describes that this is Vrindavan atmosphere, and that atmosphere did actually exist to a certain degree all over the world, because all of the cows on this planet are descendants of the Sarabi cows, and even though they may have been interbred to give them stronger bodies, or to give them a heavier milk production, or to make them more resistant to certain climates, but still that intrinsic nature of a very gentle creature with great affection for its calves. You see that everywhere, and you also see that even farmers who have adopted very unpleasant modern methods, when they're actually working with the cows, they're in a different mood. They're actually very selfless, and actually dairy farmers don't get any holidays. They have to milk the cows twice a day, 365 days a year. And when the cows are giving birth, they often spend all night, making sure that the calf is delivered properly. So even though the industry's become very cruel and commercialized, still that influence of the cows is there. So that's why Srila Prabhupada really wanted cow protection. It's in one sense, it's not the cows that need protected, it's the humans we need protected. We need protected from our materialistic tendencies. And it's just like the cows are just waiting for us to wake up to that realization. So now, with the pushing of certain devotees like Bhakti Raghava Maharaj, Shiva Ramaswamy Maharaj, the Sri Sarabi campaign, Shyamasundara Prabhu, Kalakanta, then now throughout ISKCON there's a push to ensure that all temples that have some gardens and have some city that they start making about in ISKCON Scotland. We're very close to launching that project. Actually, launch date, which was just made a couple of days ago, and it's meant to inspire us to embrace this life that we've become disconnected from, which is actually our real life. So we're going to watch a video now. So Raghunath has sent out that video along with some other information onto several WhatsApp groups. Or he hasn't done it yet, but he's going to do it very soon. And so we'd like you to share it. I'm only saying this because someone's already asked me to do it. So we'd like you to share it because we're going to have a launch event on Radhastami. So we'd like people to register for that launch event and also to subscribe to our blogs and newsletters, which will be coming out shortly as well, so that people can keep updated for this project. I just wanted to read one final thing about how close we are to recreating Vrindavan here at Karunabhavan. So this is from the Sri Govinda Leelamrita by Krishna Kaviraj Goswami. Around the cow barns in Braj, there was heaps of cow dung that appeared like great mountain peaks. There were hundreds of goats in cow dung, and smiling and laughing as they narrated the pastimes of Krishna. There were hundreds of gopas carefully protecting the cows. There were elderly gopis making cow dung patties. There were many palm trees. There were many residences of cows and calves, near which the ground had become soft with cow dung. When Lord Krishna thus saw Rajabhumi's great opulence and exalted residence, he became happy with transcendental bliss. The cow barn of Raj appeared like a series of large lakes. The cowherd men restraining the calves, they appeared to be giant fishes, and the milk pails appeared to be turtles in the great stream of milk. The faces of the gopis intently collecting cow dung appeared to be lotus flowers growing in the water, and the white and red calves appeared to be white swans and red geese swimming in those lakes. The white cows appeared to be streams flowing into those lakes, and their tails appeared to be shaivala plants growing in those streams. When Lord Hari saw the cow barn in this way, he became happy with transcendental bliss. And this, actually, perhaps I have an advantage in that I've got bad eyesight, so it all kind of merges into different colours when I'm looking into the horizon. So anyway, this is a very nice book which describes how There's a book called The Art of Engaging Krishna's Playful Attitude. And it's all about how giving children the opportunity to live in the association with cows and people who are looking after cows, how this actually gives them a greater advantage to be Krishna conscious. Because while playing games on the grass with simple toys made from wood or made from So it's been very difficult actually in ISKCON to find a way to bring up our children in such a way to nourish their Krishna consciousness. But with the farming project with cows, and even if we don't have a big temple, even if we don't have a school, or even if we don't have, lots of multimedia facilities, but if we just have a few cows, then the children can go every day with their parents to be engaged in these kind of very blissful activities, which actually will make them physically and mentally very fit, but will also connect them to Krishna's eternal pastimes. So it's, I recommend you get this book. It's really, really amazing. It's blissful reading for adults as well. It's a very, very beautiful book. Okay, so I'll stop there, and we're going to have some more kirtan now. Okay, would you sit? Good. So I don't know where you get a copy of it. Shranga brought this back from Mayapur for me. I don't know what he thought I would like it, but it's called the 64 Traditional Arts Series. So as you know, Krishna and Balaram went to the ashram with Sandipani Muni, and every day they learned one of the arts. Like making music from water pots and learning the languages of animals. So a group of devotees in India are trying to create a whole series of books based on those different skills and games that Krishna and Balaram learned. But this one in particular, it's just very exciting to read. I recommend you, if you have young children, I recommend you get a copy of this book.
Jai Ho!
Thank you, Jared, for that very exciting talk about cows coming to Krunabhavan. So, as I say, watch this space. We'd like to invite Padma Prabhu to come and lead Kirtan. So we'll have Kirtan for another half hour, and then we'll pop in next door for darshan and midnight arati. So that was a nice video put together by some devotees we've been working with from Pandavasena, along with Shyamasundar and a few devotees from here. For a good few months we've been working on some stages and baby steps to start cow protection in Scotland. And so we have 3 various stages, but the details will come on the actual official launch of that. And could we have a Madanga player and a canto player?
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Sri Krishna Janmasthami Mahamahotsava ki, Shri Krishna Balarama ki, Shri Nitai Mahaprasad ki, Sri Prabhupada ki, ISKCON Govinda ki. So we'd now like to ask everyone to shift next door. So thanks everyone for taking part in this lovely Janmashtami festival. So we'd just like to also ask, although a certain group of devotees are sitting on this side and some are sitting on that side, when you go into the temple, if you can swap around, because there's more devotees on this side and there's more space on the other side of the temple. And as an added precaution, then also we've been advised that if everybody should wear a mask in the temple room. We do have some vulnerable devotees around, so we want to protect them. Mary's standing at the door here. She'll issue everyone with a mask. And I'll open the back door for ventilation, but please don't go in and out the back door. Go in through the conservatory. There's a sanitizer there. And we're going to have Arati just now. So if everybody wants to vacate here and take yourself next door, unless you don't want to attend the Arati, that's it's not compulsory.
Terrible. I haven't done it, so I'm just speculating.
No, you did fine.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Bolo sing. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Just to remind everybody, when we cut the open, suppose don't pay their obeisances, especially those who I've been used to doing that, so but for respect to the deities like that, you can very effectively. Don't do it under mats. In your mind, in your heart, you can do it under mats. And just kind of caution. Jaya Kodanita Jaya Maya Krishna Krishna
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama Hare Sri Krishna Janmasthami Mahamahotsav ki Sri Krishna Bhagavan ki Sri Krishna Bhagavan ki Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste
Janmashtami ki, Sri Krishna Bhagavan ki, Janmashtami Mahatma ki.